All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseri, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note for the record that all the accused are present in court today. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution, witness W01511. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Please remain standing.
Yes.
Court Usher will provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, paragraph 2 of the rules. Please look at the document and then read it aloud.
Solemn declaration. Rule 141-2. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 3 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone, wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the contents of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks or take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin now with the questions by the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Go ahead, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to note at the outset that in our Rule 154 motion, we had indicated that we reduced the direct examination estimate to 2 hours from 3 hours. I expect to be somewhere around that.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
Yes, we have met before, but I will introduce myself again. I am Nathan Quick with the SPO. I will be asking you some questions. I expect that my questioning will take about 2 hours. As I explained during your preparation session, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue that you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements into evidence. In order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, which I will turn to after establishing your identity. Mr. Witness, what is your name?
Rustem Tetay.
Rustem Tetay.
And your date of birth, Mr. Witness?
Nizete stad
27 April 1953.
You've appeared here today pursuant to a summons. Is that correct?
po.
Correct.
Now, witness has already indicated my next questions relate to your prior statements to the ICTY and to the SPO. Court officer, if we could please pull up U002-9294-U002-9317. And if we can go to page 1, the cover page. And if we can also pull up the Albanian version, thank you. Thank you. Witness, near the top of the statement on your screen, there's your name, your personal details, and near the bottom of the page, the interview dates, if we can scroll down a little bit, which were in July and August 2002. Do you see that information?
Po.
Yes.
Interviewed by the ICTY in July and August 2002.
Po.
Yes.
Please move to page 23 of the English version and page 26 of the Albanian. Mr. Witness, this page contains an acknowledgement dated 8 August 2002. Is that your signature on the English version?
Po.
Yes.
Recently being given the opportunity to review this statement.
Po.
Yes.
Take that statement down. Thank you. And if we can please pull up document 074569-TR-AT, Part 1, Revised, RED. Witness, at the top at line 1, do you see the date, 20 February 2020?
Po.
Yes.
Line 8.
Po.
Yes.
Reviewed by the SPO in February 2020.
Po.
Yes.
All 8 parts of the transcript, but do you recall recently being given the opportunity to review this statement?
Po.
Yes.
Testimony today, were you given the opportunity to make clarifications and corrections to both the transcripts of your SPO interview and the 2002 ICTY statement that we just discussed?
Po.
Yes.
Recall these clarifications and corrections being included in a note which was read back to you at the end of the preparation session.
Po.
Yes.
And do you recall being asked to confirm that the information in this note reflected your account fully and accurately?
Exact.
Correct.
To the corrections set out in the note, does your 2002 ICTY statement and your 2020 SPO interview, which we just looked at, accurately reflect your evidence and what you would say if asked the same questions again?
Po.
Yes. It does.
Filled the 154 criteria, the SPO seeks admission of preparation note 1 with ERN 122449, 122458, and the English and Albanian versions of the 2 statements and 7 associated exhibits listed on pages 9 to 10 of preparation note 1. And for classification, the 2002 ICTY statement and the 7 associated exhibits can all be classified as public. The SPO interview and preparation note 1 should remain confidential as they contain personal information relating to the witness and to safeguard the rights and interests of third parties. Thank you.
Any objection to the tender?
Subject to the objections in the written response to the Rule 154 application, we have no additional objections.
We have no further objections either.
Same for us, Your Honor.
The same, Your Honor.
U029294 to U0029317, English and Albanian, is admitted.
It will be assigned exhibit number P01593, Your Honor. Thank you.
074569 TRET Part 1, revised RED, all 8 parts, Mr. Quick?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right.
And
Any-
the English,
Pardon me?
as well as the English version as well.
Yeah. English and Albanian and in all 8 parts is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. 074569 in both English and Albanian will be assigned, the part 1 will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.1. The second part will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.2. The third part will be assigned the exhibit number P0159.4.3. The part 4 will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.4. Part 5 will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.5. The part 6 will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.6. Part 7 will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.7. And the part 8 will be assigned exhibit number P0159.4.8, all classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Finally, Prep Note 1, which is 122449-122458, is admitted, together with the 7 associated exhibits.
Prep Note 1, which is year end, we have 122449 to 122458, will be assigned exhibit number P01595, classified as confidential. As for the associated exhibits, U0001940 to U0001940-ET with corresponding Albanian version will be assigned exhibit number P01596 and will be classified as public, if I understood the prosecution correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. The IT-04-84 bis P00190.E and the corresponding Albanian version will be assigned exhibit number P01597, classified as public. The next exhibit number ETU 002-U002-0362 and the corresponding Albanian version will be assigned exhibit number P01597, classified as public.
Yes,
Sorry,
go ahead, Mr. Quick.
Sorry to interrupt. I think we may have assigned the same exhibit
Yeah,
number. to the
exactly.
We
last,
did.
yeah.
Should be 8.
Yes, it is P01598. Thank you so much. IT-04-84 bis P00159.E and corresponding Albanian version will be assigned exhibit number P01599. Then the U001-4223 to U001-4224 EDT and corresponding Albanian version will be assigned exhibit number P01600, classified as public. IT-04-84 P00162E and corresponding Albanian version will be assigned exhibit number P01601, classified as public. And the last exhibit number, and the last associated exhibit, which is IT-04-84 bis P00192.E, and the corresponding Albanian version will be assigned the exhibit number P01602, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, and just for the record, the P01593 will remain confidential as requested. Go ahead, Mr. Quick.
Sorry to make another correction, but it's actually P01594, the SPO interview, that would remain confidential, and P01593 can be public.
I thought you said it the other way.
No problem.
Go ahead.
And just to note one other procedural issue before we move on. In decision F02328, the panel ordered the SPO to make submissions after this witness's testimony about whether it could lift the redactions in that decision. I can confirm now that those redactions are no longer necessary in relation to this witness.
Thank you very much. They will be lifted then.
The SPO sent a brief summary of the witness's Rule 154 statement, if I could please read that.
Go ahead.
The witness held various positions in the Ducagini operational zone in summer 1998, including on the zone command staff and at Propachon Barracks. He has knowledge of efforts by certain KLA members to target perceived opponents, including persons associated with the LDK and the armed forces of the Republic of Kosovo, and alleged collaborators. Mr. Witness, as you've already heard, your prior statements have been admitted, so I have questions on only a few limited topics. In my questions, I will refer to many document and page numbers. As you've already heard this morning, those document numbers can often be quite long and confusing, but you do not need to be concerned about them. Just focus on the topic of my question. The first topic concerns your appointment to Propachon Barracks. Mr. Witness, you previously stated that you were appointed commander at Propachon Barracks, and you were responsible for the barracks formation. And this is at Prep Note 1, which is now P01595, paragraph 15, and the SPO interview, which is P01594, pages 9 to 10. Witness, when were you appointed to that position at Propachon?
First of all, before I was appointed in Glodjan on 24th of Glodjan, during that meeting, we set up the staff of Glodjan, led by Ramush Haradinaj, and with the consent of all the villages. Then we expanded and set up a military barracks in the village of Propachon, where I was appointed commander of the Propachon barracks. Those barracks.
The question that's asked, you're giving far more information than was asked. Go ahead. Would you repeat the question, please, Mr. Quick?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, my question was when you were appointed to the position at Propachon Barracks. You mentioned a meeting in late May 1998. How long after that meeting were you appointed?
To my recollection, that was 3, 4, 5 days to set up. I was asked to set up the barracks in Propachon.
And Mr. Witness, who asked you to set up the barracks in Propachon?
The staff of the Ducagini plain. After the formation of the Glodjan staff, the zone expanded and we set up the staff of the Ducagini plain, which I was part of. So the staff took the decision in the course of his number of meetings to have a training center in the barracks of Propachon.
Thank you. Witness, you stated you were responsible for formation of the barracks, for setting them up. What tasks did that entail?
Po.
My task was, first of all, to set it up, to organize, and that for all the soldiers who had not completed a military service and were inexperienced, to come there with light weapons and undergo a short training.
And when you were setting up the Propochan barracks, how did you obtain supplies to do so?
Materialet e kemi marrë
We received supplies and equipment from the free zone from Alisheva, which was the freest town and could provide supplies. All the equipment came from this town.
And what was the process to obtain this equipment or these supplies from the free zone of Malasheva?
procesi ishte që
The process was that the barracks had to be functional. They had to be set up and equipped in order for every soldier to be part of the internal organization of those barracks, if I understood your question correctly.
A little bit of a different point. I would like to know how you obtained the supplies or the equipment from Malasheva.
po të gjitha ato nëpërmes ushtarëve tonë
We sent all that through our soldiers. First, we had to pay for those supplies and equipments, which was done by or through the Ramushardin Ilahi Ibrahim, the Dugajini level stuff.
So you said this was done through your soldiers. Did you send the soldiers to get the supplies?
po I kam
Yes, I sent my soldiers with several vehicles, and they brought us all the needed supplies and equipment for the barracks.
Sending the soldiers to obtain these supplies in Malasheva, would you give them a travel authorization or a travel permit?
patjetër.
Yes, certainly.
And did you issue travel permits for any other reasons to your soldiers? So in addition to their movement to Malasheva to obtain supplies?
Po,
Yes.
The reasons did you issue travel permits to your soldiers for?
kemi lëshuar leje gjatë
We issued permits when somebody had to go from one village to another. In every village, there was a point with village guards, and every person who went through those points needed to carry such a document.
Was any movement allowed without these permits?
zakonisht jo.
Usually, no.
And you testified before that that the soldiers that the supplies would be paid for by Ramush Radhanai and Lahi Ibrahimai. How would they pay for the supplies?
Pa ato I kanë dërguar, ne I kanë thonë atëre ka qenë valuta me
At that time, the currency was Deutschmark. They gave us the amount of money We kept the receipt, and that
You kept the receipt. You kept the receipt of the supplies that were purchased in Malasheva, or what do
Faktura,
you mean?
faktiskt faktura.
yes, the receipt, the invoices actually, the invoices. That's true.
Okay, and what after you had that receipt, what was the process for obtaining compensation from Lahi Ibrahimai or Ramush Radhanai?
Jo në bazë fakturave,
Based on the invoices, we would then deduct the amount of money we had paid for that equipment and see what is left.
Did the soldiers go to, for example, Yablanica to obtain the money from Lahi Ibrahimai, or how was the compensation obtained?
jo.
No. From what I can remember, because this was a long time ago, I had 18,000 Deutschmarks for beds, equipment, anything else. So they gave me the money, and I then gave the money to the soldiers.
When you say they gave me the money, who do you mean?
Ramush Haredi.
I mean Ramush Haradinaj.
Did Lahi Ibrahimai give you money as well?
Atëre, jo s'më
I don't remember about Lahi, but what I remember is that he was the head of the finances, because there was a time when Ramush said that if other things are needed, implying that if other money is needed, then you have to address Lahi. However, the fightings in the terrain, in the ground, did not give us any possibility to do anything else, because the money that I mentioned were used to buy beds for soldiers, to buy supplies in the kitchen. They were used for logistics for the barracks in Prepachan.
Witness, who told you that that Lahi Ibrahimai was the head of finances?
sa kom dëgjuar
From what I know, Ramush Haradinaj.
And when did he tell you this?
po sigurisht asë kohë.
At that time, that's what I remember. I don't exactly remember when, but that was around the time that I heard about it, because 24 years have passed by since then. I don't exactly know when it was, but I remember that there was such a discussion happening.
And about how long after this meeting that we mentioned before, at the end of May 1998, did Ramush Radhanai tell you this?
Parafarsisht nuk e di.
I don't know.
And did Ramush Radhanai tell you what body Lahi Ibrahimai was head of finances in, or as part of?
Jo.
No.
Witness, before you said the Prapachan barracks were set up for purposes of training, who were the trainers who were conducted, who were the instructors?
Yes.
Aty ishin njerëz.
They were military persons. They joined the barracks in Prapachan later on, so those were people that had military training, and they knew how to use the light weaponry.
And can you tell us who those people are, or were?
Po nuk më kujtohet mu.
I don't remember the names. However, you can find the names in the documents. Now, I don't remember any of the names.
And the training that was being carried out at Propachon, what did that entail?
Po.
First, it entailed information on how every soldier had to be equipped with light weapons and how to use the weapons and how to apply the military rules. They were also taught about the military discipline. So these were the major topics that we would cover in the training.
To military rules, what are you referring to?
Për rregulla ushtarake.
I am referring to the rules of discipline to be prepared for the battlefield, for the attacks, and for the front line.
These written rules.
Po.
Yes.
Where did you receive them from?
Pe shtabit e rrafshit.
We received them from the staff of the Ducagini plane.
A particular person on the staff of the Ducagini plane who provided those to you?
Mu sa më kujtohet me
From what I remember, Sali Veseli has mainly dealt with this topic because he was the chief of staff of the Ducagini plane.
When the soldiers were undergoing training at the barracks, were they following a standard training plan?
se kuptova pyetjen.
Can you please repeat the question once more?
When the soldiers were undergoing training at the barracks, were they following a standard training plan or program?
Jemi munduar që mi bo.
We have tried to have such a plan, but then on how much we have managed to fulfill the plan because of the fightings, that's a different story. So we have not managed to fulfill everything that we planned, but nonetheless we fulfilled many of the topics.
Mr. Witness, where did the soldiers at the barracks come from? How were they assigned to this training?
Ishte në baza vullnetare.
It was on a voluntary basis. The soldiers that came from the nearby villages were notified and they joined voluntarily. So they wanted to join the KLA and they came there to be trained.
And who did this notification that you just mentioned?
Po ato njoftimi I bëshim që
we used to have meetings. We had regular working meetings. There, the representatives of villages would attend those meetings and also the representatives of the local staffs. Therefore, it was there that we would announce or notify of the training, and every village would then give their own soldiers or send their own soldiers to the training.
And when you say we used to have meetings, who is the we that you're referring to?
fjallet shtabi Ren.
I'm referring to the regional staff of the Ducagini plane, headed by Ramush Haradine.
And in addition to training, was anything else discussed at these meetings?
Diskutohet situata.
We discussed about the situation in the ground. So we had regular daily meetings. And at the same time, we distributed the tasks for the future days in the ground.
Witness, I would like to show you a document. Court officer, if we could please pull up a document with ERN IT-04-84 P00188 and its English translation. Thank you. Witness, the document on the screen, had you seen this before I showed it to you in preparation last week?
Po,
Yes.
And when had you seen it before?
këto e kam po pasi jam emëruar.
I saw this after I was appointed as the chief of the setup of the Brabacciani barracks and the chief of the center.
Summer 1998, am I understanding correctly?
Po,
Yes.
Describe the circumstances in which you saw it.
me thonë drejtën s'më kujtohet,
To tell you the truth, I don't remember the circumstances, but I know that we were organized in such a manner that the KLA was to be built in a standard-like army and to develop it further. Now, talking about the time when I was notified of this order or when I saw this order, that I don't remember.
Do you remember who on the staff was responsible for preparing orders like this?
Kryeshefi I shtabit
The chief of staff of the Dukagjini plane. So the chief, the operative staff chief of the Dukagjini plane, and that person was Sadri Vesele.
Mr. Witness, the order concerns a center for the preparation of soldiers and officers in Propachan. Is that a reference to the Propachan barracks that we were just discussing before?
kjo është e njëjta.
That's the same thing.
Sa pishon një pjesë.
I'm just reading here one part of it. I can't see the whole document, but it talks about the same thing.
Zoom out a bit so
Komplet e
that
pame.
Because I can't see the full page.
Po,
great.
Yes, yes.
And the preparation center referred to in this document was to be called Yusuf Gervala. That's at paragraph 2 of the document. Is that accurate?
po,
It is. The name of the center would be Yusuf Gervala, a national hero. The chief of the center was Rustem Tejtaj, myself, so I was charged with this task.
për procesin edukativ mësimor e
And then Dritan Zeneli was the officer that was appointed as being responsible for the educational processes. And all the persons from the Dukagjini plane, those that were in leading positions, were to appoint and to direct soldiers to this training center. In particular, the commanders have the task of helping into the execution of the teaching program that was established for the Dukagjini plane. Whereas when it comes to the logistics needs, there was a document about the appointment of someone that was named Maloko, but then we didn't manage to actually have named Maloko on that post or on that position because he was wounded. So this is an order that was signed by Commander Ramush Haradinaj.
Thank you, witness. Just to note that you went beyond the point of my question before. I let you continue because I was going to ask questions about those topics, but in the future it's important that you respond directly to the question asked, and then I will usually have follow-up questions. But I see that you were following the order, the topics of the order as you gave your answer. In relation to Nai Maloku, you said that he did.
Okay.
In relation to Nai Maloku, you said that he was unable to take up his appointment. Why is that?
Ishte I plagosur.
Because he was wounded and he could not move.
Qanit
In the Prapachani barracks, he came later on, but he never took that position.
Thank you. And you said before that the order is signed by Ramush Haradinaj. Do you recognize the signature on the document?
po, sa do.
Yes, I do. From what I see, I do.
And whose is it?
Ira Moshadini.
It's the signature of Ramush Haradinaj.
Ramush Haradinaj's signature.
Po zakonisht që disa dokumente
I have seen some other documents that were issued by him in the same format. And from what I can see, I think it's his signature. So stemming from what I remember from having seen from other documents, this is his signature. Probably somebody else has signed the document. However, in this case in question, for this particular document, the document needed to be signed by the commander of the Dukajini plane. From what I can see, this signature belongs to him.
edhe Ramush
Well, there are two signatures here. So there is the name of Ramush Haradinaj, which is printed, and then there is a signature above the name.
With a signature like this, did you see those other documents at the time?
Oh.
So in some,
Yes.
aso kohë kur
At the time, when I had the travel permit to go from one area to another, the travel permits had to be signed as well by Ramush Haradinaj, and I recall having seen the same signature.
that this document on the screen was the type of document that would need Ramush Haradinaj's signature, and now you've also said that he would need to sign travel permits. What other types of documents needed the signature of Ramush Haradinaj?
po në çdo urdhënesë
Every order or ordinance that we get from above, that is from the operational staff of the Dukajini plane, should have been signed by the commander of the zone of the staff, that was Ramush Haradinaj back then.
Your Honors, I tender this document. It can be public.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No, thank you, Your Honor. Nothing.
IT 0484P00188 in Albanian and English is admitted.
Will be assigned exhibit number P01603, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. We can take that document down. Witness, you just mentioned a travel permit that you saw that was signed by Ramush Haradinaj. I would like to show you a document. Court officer, if we can please pull up U002-1249-U002-1256 and its English translation. And if we can go to page 8, please. Witness, had you seen the document on the screen before I showed it to you in preparation last week?
Yes, I had, because this was a travel permit that I used to have while I was traveling in the war areas. I don't exactly know whether this is the exact document that I've had, but this is a document that is related to myself.
If you don't remember if this is the exact document that you had, do you remember that you had a document that looked like this or was similar to this?
I have forgotten, but I think I have. However, what is the most important thing is that this is a sample of a travel permit that we would use to move from one zone to another and to leave the Dukagjini area, the Dukagjini plain, and to go in other areas of the country.
So was this the standard travel permit? Was this form the standard that was used in the Dukagjini zone?
It can be.
Recognize the signature on the document?
I don't think that this signature belongs to Ramush. So it says, it reads Ramush Haradinai, but I'm not convinced that this signature belongs to him.
Whose signature do you think it belongs to?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Your Honor, the witness has confirmed that this document was the standard form that was used in the Dukagjini zone, and he believes he had a document like it. I would tender it at this time.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honour. I would object to its admission at this point. This is simply one instance of a travel permit where the witness has now said he doesn't believe it's Ramush Haradinai's signature, and I think we can all see that there are differences between this signature and the one in the last document. What is also critical here is when the travel permits came into existence, because that's an issue that goes to the organisation in the Dukagjini zone. This is undated. It's one example. And the requirements for admissibility simply aren't met at this point.
Market MFI.
Witness, when were you using the...
Wait, just a second, Mr.
Yeah, thanks so much. So U002-1249 to U002-1256, and the corresponding English translation will be marked for identification with exhibit number P01604, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Witness, when were you using this permit, or a permit like this?
Anytime I went outside the zones of the Dukagjini plain, I always held it with myself, but that does not mean that I simply had this document. I might as well have other documents. However, there was a need for us to keep this type of document with us. This is not only true for myself, but it is also true for other soldiers, and we had to have it with us in every movement that we did.
Thank you, witness. I will move to another topic. Witness, in your SPO interview, as clarified at paragraph 15 of Prep Note 1, which is now Exhibit P01595, you stated that the first time you met Hashim Thaçi was after a meeting held on 21 August 1998, when Tahir Zamai was appointed zone commander. You stated that on this occasion, you met Thaçi and Bislam Zarapi in your office at Propachan Barracks, and that during this meeting, you talked about the war. Witness, approximately how long after the meeting with when Tahir Zamai was appointed, did you meet Thaçi in your office in Propachan?
Jo sa më kujtohet mua,
From what I remember, this happened before Tahir Zamai was appointed. I remember of having met Hashim Thaçi a couple of times, 2 times. So the first time I didn't have a lot of contacts with him, but the second time he was in my office with another person wearing civilian clothes. He was not wearing a uniform, and in that second meeting, Bislam Zarapi was present as well.
qysh o kon përpara.
But it was before the 21st of August 98 when Tahir Zamai was appointed as the commander of the Dukajini Plain.
So you're saying it was before, or was it after that meeting?
Dy herë ka qenë përpara.
So there were 2 times before, but then after the appointment, I met him another time. I met him in the village of Jabal, in vicinity of Bardanic.
Your Honor, if I could refresh the witness's memory with Prep Note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
If we can please pull up 122459. And witness, this is a note of our meeting from last week, which you had read back to you, and which you confirmed that it accurately and fully reflected your evidence. It's in English, so I will read to you one part of the statement to see if it refreshes your recollection. It says, the witness met Hashim Thaçi 3 times, and this is paragraph 15, sorry. It says, the witness met Hashim Thaçi 3 times. Oh. Sorry, I meant to go to Prep Note 1, which is P01595. Sorry for that. Before I said these numbers can get confusing. That was another example of that. And it's paragraph 15 of Prep Note 1. So, witness, you stated the first time you met Thaçi was when he came to Propachan with Bislam Zarapi after the 21 August 1998 meeting and before the Jabal meeting. Is that correct?
Këto një ndërhyrje.
Let me clarify something. I have seen Hashim Thaçi 2 times before the appointment of Tahir Zamai. The third meeting was at the time when we met in Jabal. So I met him twice in Propachan and once in Jabal.
And witness, the first time that you met Hashim Thaçi in Prapachan, was anyone?
Yes.
Herën e parë kanë
The first time attending the meeting were some soldiers as well, but I saw him in distance. Whereas in the second meeting, I met with him. He was wearing civilian clothing. He was in my village, in my office in Prapachan, and Bislim Zurabi was as well taking part in that meeting. Whereas the third meeting was the meeting that happened in Jabal.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you intend to take a 10-minute break at 10 o'clock. Yeah. Just one more question, and then we can break. In addition, so you've said that Bislim Zarapi and Hashim Thaçi were present for the meeting in Prapachan in your office. Was there anybody else present in addition to the three of you?
edhe një person ka qenë.
There was another person as well, but I don't remember his name.
From Prapachan barracks, was it one of your soldiers, or did that person come with Hashim Thaçi?
Jo ka qenë e atyt.
No, he was from there, but I don't remember the name of the person. Many years have gone by and I don't remember the name.
Your Honor, we can take a break at this
Witness,
time.
we'll give you a 10-minute break right now. Please don't speak with anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Rest of this.
All right, Mr. Tatai, we will continue with the questions from the prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, before the break, we were discussing a meeting that you said happened in your office in Prapachan. You said that you yourself, another person, a soldier that you don't remember, Hashim Thaçi and Bislim Zarapi were present for this meeting in your office. Is that right?
Po.
That's right.
What was discussed during this meeting in your office?
Pra, me ju thonë të drejtën,
The conversation was so there were two factions, the Kosovo Liberation Army and the FARC forces. So there was pressure towards us to leave FARC and become members of the KLA. Whereas in reality we were all soldiers. Now this was the main topic. I can't recall the details of it, but I do know that the conversation was about the armed forces of the Republic of Kosovo, known as FARC.
And you said that there was pressure. Where did that pressure come from?
po vetë takimi
The meeting itself and the presence of Hashim Thaçi, who attended, he spoke more than the others during that meeting. However, I can't recall all of it today. This was a long time ago, so I'm not able to recall exactly what was said.
Was said. Can you explain generally what Hashim Thaçi was saying during this meeting?
më duket se ju tha
I think I said that the whole topic of this meeting was the frictions between the FARC and the KLA.
Have any photographs in your office at Propaganda?
po edhe aty jo
There was the photograph of Rugova, and so at that time they were apparently making it a priority to deal with Rugova and the LDK supporters rather than focusing on the organizational matters of the KLA.
Mr. Witness, when you say they were apparently making it a priority, who's the they that you were speaking about?
po fjallet që sar ka ardhur Hashim
Every time Hashim Thaçi came there, we had sort of problems in the Propaganda barracks, precisely because of this, because there were two factions. We had great divergences, whereas in reality, we were one sole army.
No, Mr. Witness, I'm talking specifically about the meeting that happened in your office at Propaganda that we were talking about before. You said that there were photographs of Rugova in your office. Was that discussed or a topic of discussion during that meeting?
folë që
It was said that that photograph should be removed from the wall.
Did they say why it should be removed from the wall?
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall, but there was pressure to not to have anything that would anything associated to President Rugova or supporters or members of the LDK. To my recollection, however, we were all soldiers. We were not there as political party affiliates.
Witness, what party or group were the soldiers at Propaganda affiliated with?
Po shiqa,
Look, I need to clarify this point. We set up the Kosovo Liberation Army with its seat in the village of Glojan. Then the armed forces of the Republic of Kosovo came in, called FARC, led by Zemaj. And they were very much welcome in the Dukacin plain. The morale of soldiers went up. However, with the mediation or intervention of the leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army, attempts were made for FARC name to be removed and to have only Kosovo Liberation Army name used. This is how I understood it at the time and during the years, that indeed there were differences, statements made, books written, both for FARC and the Kosovo Liberation Army.
In your office at Propachan that we've been discussing, was there any discussion of appointment of the zone commander for the Dukacini plain?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall this event. It could be the case, but I don't recall it. This was a rather short meeting, as far as I can remember.
And witness, in your answer before, you referred to leaders of the KLA who were making attempts to remove the FARC name. When you say leaders of the KLA, who are you referring to?
Po të gjithë ata
All those officers, led by Tahir Zemaj, so all these officers who came to the Propachan barracks were subjected to pressure in order to have the armed force of the Republic of Kosovo to cease to exist at the time.
And who were the senior KLA leaders that you said were exerting that pressure?
po si emër më shumë ti
The name that came up most of the time was Hashim Thaçi.
And was Tahir Zemaj at the Propachan barracks?
po Tahir
Yes, he was.
And what was his role at the time of this meeting in your office?
ai s'ka qenë prezent aty.
He was not present. He was in some other offices around the barracks with his soldiers and carrying out other tasks. However, during the meeting with him, he informed me on several occasions that they had come and they had problems with the photograph of Ibrahim Rugova and the denomination of the forces of the Republic of Kosovo, FARC. This created a great distinction and caused harm to us, serious harm during the war, because we were in favor of a regular army, unified army. And the desire of all villages around was to have Tahir Zemaj with his three brigades as an overall commander of the Dukacin plain.
Thank you, witness. I will move on to another topic now. Now, in your SPO interview, as clarified at Prep Note 1, and this is Exhibit P1595, paragraphs 12 to 14, you stated that you attended a meeting at Jabel, which is close to Bardanic, around the end of August 1998. You stated that during this meeting, General Staff...
Jabel.
Jabel.
You stated that during this meeting, General Staff Representatives reappointed Ramush Haradinai as commander of the Dukajini Plain. You also stated that at one point during the meeting, when tensions were high, Tahir Zemai and Hashim Thaçi stepped aside from the meeting to call Ahmet Krasniqi. Mr. Witness, after Tahir Zemai and Hashim Thaçi stepped aside from the meeting, could you see them?
Can I clarify something here?
If it's in relation to the question that I just asked, whether you could see Tahir Zemai.
It's in relation to the question. After Ramush Haradinai, Tahir Zemai was appointed commander of the regional staff of the Dukajini Plain with the consent of 40 villages. And as Ramush Haradinai accepted the position of deputy commander of the Dukajini Plain zone. And everybody agreed to this. There was no discontent or disagreements. However, Hashim Thaçi came a day before. I was not there. And they convened a regular meeting in Jabal after the 3, 4, 5 days after the appointment of Tahir Zemai as overall commander of the Dukajini Plain. I was informed about this meeting by Tahir Zemai. Tahir told me, we have a work meeting in Jabal, where our brigade was stationed, and you have to attend. I was not informed about these things, and I objected to going there. But he said, you must be there. It is indispensable that you come. So we went there, waited for quite a long time, until Hashim came with several persons, including Zurabi. I don't know about the others. They were in uniforms. We would not meet often. We did not know each other. So we waited for quite a long time, and then Hashim came. Can I continue? They brought envelopes for each of us and distributed them, containing orders, positions, appointments. They were closed envelopes. When we opened those envelopes, we saw our positions we had been appointed to, signed by the commander of the general staff. Signed. But without the name. There was no name of the commander of the general staff. Therefore, we did not agree to accept those positions until we would be informed of the name, who was the person that was the commander of the general staff. Tahir Zemai was in the position, in the position of the commander of the Dukajini Plain, was replaced, and Ramush was appointed in his position. Tahir disagreed with that, Hashim Thaçi disagreed with that, so then we were waiting. Tahir and all of us were constantly asking, who is the commander? If we are zone commanders, deputy zone commanders of the Kosovo Liberation Army, we wanted to know who was our commander of the general staff. They did not tell us. When I say they, I mean Hashim Thaçi, who came there. So problems started there. They went to a shop a bit further down, made a call using a satellite phone. I don't know, they spoke to the general staff or Ahmed Krasniqi. We don't know the content of the conversation. Some voices were heard though, so there was tension.
So my question was after Tahir Zamai and Hashim Thaçi stepped aside, could you see them?
Jo nuk e mujt mi pas atë
No, because they were inside, under a tent.
Hear what was being said during the conversation.
me ndëgjue po çka
We could hear what they were saying, but we obviously could not hear what their interlocutors were saying. But we could hear them because there was silence. It was an unpleasant situation, could have ended up with serious consequences. We were there, all of us, for one single purpose, and we did not want to create problems. So we left with the documents, those envelopes we were given, and went back to our places.
Witness, you said you could hear what was being said. What exactly was being said during the separate meeting, which you said was in a tent?
aty u dëgjua edhe një zë
An unpleasant voice was heard there. But I need to confirm here that we heard Hashim Thaçi telling somebody, "We will be done with you soon." I do not know who was he talking to.
When you say you heard an unpleasant voice, what do you mean by that? How was it unpleasant?
tensione ka pas
There were tensions between Tahir and Hashim Thaçi
lidhe me postin
in relation to the position of the regional commander of the Dukagjini Plain.
And you said there were tensions, and you heard Hashim Thaçi telling somebody, "We will be done with you soon." Can you describe how his voice sounded?
ishte në rozë. Zëri tina ishte në
He was nervous. He was irritated.
And did he have a raised voice?
jo edhe qaq, por unë
Not that much, but he could be heard clearly, the conversation between the two of them, between Tahir and Hashim.
por nervoz kanë folë me
But there was tension, they were nervous, both of them.
Apologies. You said that you heard Hashim Thaçi say this. Did anybody else at the meeting hear this?
pa gjithë ata që kanë qenë aty
All those who were there with me heard this. It's just that they don't want to speak. That was a very unpleasant situation to be in, but there was the will of 40 villages in the Dukagjini Plain, after all those great offensives we had suffered from in the Dukagjini Plain, to have Tahir Zima as their commander and not Ramush Haradinaj.
You said everyone at the meeting was able to hear this. Did you discuss it at the meeting with anybody else who was present?
ajo ka qenë temë, sa jemi taku me ta
This was a topic. Every time we met with Zem, soldiers, other people who were present, this topic was discussed. They heard it, it was much talked about, and there was a lot of criticism as to how Tahir Zemay can end up being the deputy commander of the regional Dukajin command and replaced by Ramush. And the Ramush during that meeting just accepted his position and did not say anything. We others threw the envelopes away. We did not accept them until we were not told who the general commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army was.
You said that every time you met with the soldiers, the people who were present, this topic was discussed. Do you remember the first time after the meeting that you discussed this topic with other people?
This was mostly discussed when we had a meeting, all officers, a work meeting with Tahir Zemay in a quiet, calm atmosphere, but we were demoralized because of this event in the barracks of Pravachan. So this was discussed there. I don't recall details of any further discussion, but this was a topic discussed on several occasions, including by soldiers who were present there.
How long after the meeting at Jabel was this discussed at Pravachan barracks in the staff meeting?
That was the next day. On the next day there was fighting. We took our assignments at the Pravachan barracks, and then it lasted for several days, but I wouldn't know exactly how many days.
Mr. Witness, at page 17 of part 7 of the SPO interview, which is P01594.7, you stated that Tahir Zemay later told you that after stepping aside with Thaçi, Zemay called Ahmet Kresnici. And I'll read you what you said at lines 14 to 17 on that page. It reads, "But subsequently, Tahir told me the conversation took place so Ahmedi could persuade Tahir to accept the new organization, the new structure." So my question, witness, is whether Tahir Zemay also told you whether Ahmedi succeeded in persuading Zemay to accept the new structure.
Yes, that's true. I also heard this story. There was once that, according to Tahir Zemay, Ahmet Kresnici tried to have an impact on Zemay so that he could accept the task of the deputy commander of the Dukajini Plain. But Tahir Zemay never accepted that position. He was not convinced by Ahmedi. And then both of them agreed on one direction. That's true.
So both of them agreed during this conversation that they had after.
Both Ahmed and Tahir, yes.
When did Tahir Zemay tell you about this conversation that he had with Ahmet Kresnici?
You do them?
Can you repeat that once again, please?
Of course. So when did Tahir Zemay tell you about this conversation he had with Ahmet Kresnici? When did Tahir Zemay tell you about it?
This is a conversation that happened in Jabel. He only told me on what Ahmed Krasniqi told him. So this was a discussion that happened while we were there, but he told me what Ahmed Krasniqi told him over the phone.
Understanding your response, and it's probably because my question is not very clear. What I'm asking you is, when did Tahir Zamai tell you this? Was it at the meeting? Was it after the meeting?
After the meeting. After we got back to Prabhachan. So in the first meeting that we had together, after the meeting of Jabel, he told me that. That's what I remember.
And do you remember if you asked Tahir Zamai about what was said during the conversation, or whether he volunteered the information?
No, he volunteered that information. And he told that thing not only to myself, but also to everyone else who was present there. There were other officers that were with him, so he said that in front of all of us.
Microphone, please.
And this was at the same staff meeting that we discussed before, which you said was it the next day? Is that right?
Let me explain once again. After the meeting in Jabel, the next day I went to the barracks in Prabhachan. It was then that this topic was talked about.
And did Tahir Zamai tell you what happened next after his conversation with Ahmed Krasniqi?
No, we had a conversation. We exchanged information. But what I know is that Tahir Zamai never accepted to be the deputy commander of the Dukajini plane.
Did Tahir Zamai tell you that Ahmed Krasniqi spoke to Hashim Thaçi?
Tahir told me that they spoke to one another, and he also told me that they spoke to Ahmed Krasniqi while they were under the tent in Jabel. This is what Tahir Zamai has told me.
And did Tahir Zamai tell you anything else about the conversation?
I don't remember.
Did he tell you what happened after the phone call with Ahmed Krasniqi?
They were discussing about those topics together with Ahmed, but also Tahir. Like I said before, Ahmed was trying to convince Tahir Zamai to accept the task, the position. But then at the end of the conversation, both of them agreed for Tahir Zamai not to take up that position. So this is what Tahir Zamai has told me.
Your answer, are you referring to the conversation that Tahir Zamai had with Ahmed Krasniqi?
Yes.
And my question is, after that conversation between Tahir Zamai and Ahmed Krasniqi, did Tahir Zamai tell you that anything else happened?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I could refresh the witness's memory with his prior statements.
Go ahead.
If we can please go to preparation note 2, 122459 to 122472. And if we could look at paragraphs 17 and 18. Now, witness, as I explained before, the preparation notes are in English, so I will read the relevant part, and then I will ask you if that refreshes your memory. If we can go down to the bottom of paragraph 17, sorry. So that paragraph starts with the atmosphere at the meeting was, or that part of the paragraph starts with the atmosphere at the meeting was very tense. Tahir Zemai and Hashim Thaçi were also arguing and left the table. Soon after the meeting ended, Tahir Zemai told the witness what was said in that conversation. Tahir Zemai talked to Ahmet Krasniqi, who put pressure on Zemai to accept the deputy commander post. But ultimately, they both agreed they would not accept that appointment. Then Thaçi and Ahmet Krasniqi spoke. The witness does not remember what else was said, and Zemai did not tell the witness what else was said. I'm now moving to paragraph 18. When referred to, and there's an exhibit number, and that exhibit number refers to Tahir Zemai's book, Thus Spoke Tahir Zemai. When referred to Tahir Zemai's book, and the page numbers of the relevant excerpt are given, the witness stated it was an accurate reflection of what happened. The witness himself heard Thaçi say, "I will accomplish the mission with you very soon," but does not know who he said it to, whether to Krasniqi, Zemai, or both. He could only hear what was being said, but could not see Zemai and Thaçi. Soon after the meeting at Jabal, Tahir Zemai told the witness that Thaçi told him that he would fight him, meaning Tahir Zemai, like the Serbians. Witness, is what I read just correct?
Yes, now I remember and I do confirm what you read, what you cited in your reference. I do confirm that. That's true.
Okay. And specifically in relation to the last sentence that I read, and I'll read it again. Soon after the meeting at Jabal, Tahir Zemai told the witness that Thaçi told him that he would fight him, meaning Tahir Zemai, like the Serbians. Do you confirm that's correct?
That is not something that I've heard, but that is something that Tahir Zemai told me. Whereas when it comes to the meeting of Thaçi with Tahir, I know of that, but I don't know of the content of what he told Zemai. Whereas everything else that you have read, everything is accurate.
Did Tahir Zemai tell you that this was said by Hashim Thaçi?
I don't know. However, we met very frequently. We met frequently at the Prapachan barracks. It's there that he told me that. Whereas the exact timing, I can't tell that. I don't know. Otherwise, I would speculate.
That we discussed before, which you said was the first staff meeting after the meeting at Jabal.
It can be. So it could be the case. I don't know.
Remember approximately how long after the meeting Hashem Thaçi told you this?
Tani
Apologies,
Ma
let me
tepër-
correct. That Tahir
Jo, jo,
Zamai told
Tahir
you this.
Zema.
Here's MI, yes.
Saktësisht jo, por s'ka
I can't tell, but probably 3 or 4 days after the meeting in Jabel, not longer than that.
And did you ever discuss this with Hashem Thaçi again? Apologies.
No,
Did you ever discuss this with Tahir Zamai again?
jo.
no. I don't remember. However, what I remember is that every time Hashim Thaçi came to the Prapachan barracks, Tahir Zemai used to have issues with him. I have not been present there myself, but that is something that was conveyed to me. There was always a problem with the photos of Ibrahim Rugova, because he was insisting that the photo of Ibrahim Rugova should not hang on the wall.
Court officer, we can take the document down. Witness, you've had a chance to review your prior statements, including your 2002 ICTY statement, which has been admitted as P1593. In that statement, there's no mention of the meeting at Jabal. Were you asked questions about the meeting at Jabal by ICTY investigators?
Nëse është e shkruar,
If that is written down, it could have happened like that. But now I don't have an answer to your question. I don't know what questions were asked of me back then.
a mund të jetë, nuk e di.
It could be, but I don't know. However, I think that nobody asked me about these cases in the past.
S'jam i sigurt.
I'm not sure.
Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Certainly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, I will now move on to another topic. You previously stated that around the end of April 1998, you were interrogated by Fatou Mehmetai and a person called Oiku about a trip you took to Pea. They accused you of giving information to the Serbian police in Pea. And that's at page 16 of your 2002 ICTY statement, which is exhibit P01595. Now I want to show you a document. Court officer, if we can please pull up U009-2010-U009-2060. And the English translation is U009-2034-U009-2060 ET. And if we can please go to page U009-2037 in both documents.
Microphone.
Apologies. Witness, before I showed this document to you last week, had you seen it before?
Kur?
Never.
Jo.
I had not.
Get the second paragraph on that page, which in the Albanian starts with the words, between the dates of 23 April and 30 April 1998. And in the English, it starts with the witness's name, Rustam Thaçi.
Po anglisht pisho.
Yes, I'm having a look at the text in English.
Se
But not in Albanian, though. It's difficult to read the text.
Albanian on your screen, and maybe we can zoom in on that paragraph. It's the second paragraph on that page, and it says between 23 April and 30 April 1998. Do you see that?
po.
Yes, I do.
So, witness, I will read this. If you can please follow along in the Albanian version.
Yes.
Me kom përpara, po.
Yes, I have the text in front of me.
Rustam Thaçi, former captain in the Yugoslav army, disappeared without a trace between 23 and 30 April 1998. Although he tried to set up something separate, not in the framework of the Kosovo Liberation Army, in several villages, including Luka, Beleg, Pozar, Lombard, Karabreg, etc. He said then that he went to Jablanica, something that was proven not to be true. The aforementioned admitted in front of the staff members that he had stayed during this period in Belapoja, Apea, just in front of the army barracks. Now, witness, the trip to Pea that's mentioned, is that the same trip that Fatou Mehmetai and Oiku interrogated you about?
Këto spari
First, this is all slander. This is all defamation. This is entirely not true. So that is a fabrication by Fatou Mehmetai. Because on the 23rd of April, this is not something that has happened. Instead, this is something that happened before that, where the village of Glojan was attacked on the 24th of April. It was several days after the 24th of April that this event happened. I left towards Peja because of health-related issues. The town of Peja and all the surrounding villages were free back then because there were no controls, no checkpoints. I mean, we could freely move to those areas. We could go to these areas before the 24th of April, but also after the 24th of April. In this period of time, 4 to 5 days before the attack in Glojan, citizens could freely move there, go to the market, go to the town of Peja. However, Fatou Mehmetai, having certain interests, and in order to humiliate myself, because I was a person that was entrusted by people, I am a military person, I have a military background, I have a military education. I was kept in the military forces for many years, and I had a reputation amongst the people. In 1987, I was let go by the Yugoslav army, and I was sentenced with 5 years of imprisonment. And I used to be a soldier many years before he became a soldier, and many others became soldiers. I knew that we were on the verge of the war, and I wanted to get medications for myself. That's the reason why I went to Peja.
It's, I believe, a time for the 11 o'clock break, and I will continue after.
Okay.
Witness
Okay.
will be back in court at 11:30. You may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Yes, Miss. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honour. Just before the witness is brought back in, before the break we embarked on an exercise which threatens to be a lengthy one if we're following what's happening in Prep Note 2, para 37. This is the first of about 10 pages that the prosecution put to the witness during his preparation session. Now, the issue with this exercise is that we're dealing with a document, the authorship of which is entirely unknown. It's described as a collection of documents relating to Lahi Brahimi. So, first of all, we might inquire as to whether the prosecution intends to go through the whole exercise, but if they do, we could waste quite a lot of court time on a document that's ultimately, in our submission at least, inadmissible. So I wonder if we could get some clarity on that. The other thing I should say is a lot of what's to come, at least based on the prep note, is allegations that the witness disagrees with factually and are new. So we're talking about quite a significant expansion of the witness's evidence with very late or essentially no notice. And as I say, based on a document, the provenance of which is essentially unknown to all of us.
Yes, Your Honor. So in the witness's 154 statement, which has now been admitted, the witness talks about a number of lists and about a number of persons who are targeted by the KLA or were identified by the KLA at different times. The witness himself is also, and these persons are named in the document, as is the witness himself. So the witness is in a position to comment on the contents of these documents. The scope of the direct examination has been clearly notified from the beginning, and it was clearly notified that the witness would speak about the persons who he had identified in his prior statements and who he said had been targeted or listed on these lists. So
I would just suggest that if you wish to interpose an objection to an admissibility issue, you may certainly do so at the time, but we'll go ahead with the examination.
Yes.
What's that, Daniel? Just for the record, as to MFI 1604, I will allow it to be admitted for the very limited purpose of just showing its similarity to other passes used in that zone at other times. No other purpose. All right, witness, we will continue with the questions from the SPO. Go ahead, Mr. Quick.
Thank you, Your Honor. My next line of questions concern the same page on this document, but relate to personal information and allegations against a number of individuals that the witness knows or has referred to in his prior statements. To avoid further dissemination of this information, which would be against the rights and interests of third parties, I'd ask that we move into private session, please.
Private session to protect the party's interest.
Your Honor, subpoenaed by public session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination. Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, good afternoon. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I'm
Your Honors, we are in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, I would like to discuss the formation of the KLA in your village and more broadly in the Ducagene zone. During the Haradinai trial, you described the surrounding villages in your area, were every day harassed by the Serb forces. Do you recall that?
Po?
Yes. Yes.
Daily harassment by Serb forces, local villagers decided to organize themselves. Is that correct?
Fakt.
Yes.
Is it correct that the pace of the organization picked up after the attack on the Haradinai compound in March of 1998?
Drejt.
That's correct.
Individual villages started to create their own headquarters that then joined up with the KLA. Is that correct?
Po.
That's correct.
The KLA in the Ducagene zone was built from the ground up.
Është shumë e vërtet.
It is true that the Kosovo Liberation Army was organized by the people and it was born from the people. It did not come from higher levels. And I can explain this. Again, at the time, had we had a superior or higher structure, we would have received decision from these higher structures, but we formed the staff in Glojan, and then we ourselves reorganized and expanded to create the staff of the Ducagene Plain.
I'm going to get to that next. Your personal reaction to this harassment by Serb forces and the attack on the Haradinai compound was to go to the village of Glojan, where you met with Ramush Haradinai and discussed the possibility of organizing your village to join the KLA efforts. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
Now, you had a military background in the JNA, correct?
Po.
Correct. I completed a military academy and worked for 10 years in the Yugoslav army until 1987, when I was dismissed on the allegation that I was Albanian.
Mr. Haradinai did not seem to have any negative reaction to the fact that you were a former JNA officer, correct?
Jo krejt nga aso kohës.
Correct. There were no allegations at the time.
You also said that at this time, and I'm going to quote you, you told the ICTY that at this time the KLA was, quote, just a disorganized thing. Is that accurate?
Nuk më kujtohet që këmë thënë.
I don't recall stating it like that. It may be, though, because this was the very beginning.
Let me I'll read it out to you, and for the benefit of the parties, I'll read the citation. It's T0009383-4-A-TR-ET, page 9, lines 4 to 8. And you were asked at the ICTY, I agree with you completely about that. And then you say, I say that because in the beginning of the war, when it all started, there was no proper army. It was just a disorganized thing. That's why I'm saying the things I'm saying. Is that correct? There was no proper army and it was disorganized?
Po, nuk i
Correct. There was no military formations, rankings. We were making attempts with the staff and the officers of the Ducagini plane to align the Kosovo Liberation Army as a regular army, make it as a regular army.
Discuss those efforts with you now, starting with a meeting that occurred in May of 1998. At that time, an invitation came to village leaders to attend a joint meeting to discuss further steps. Is that correct?
fakt.
Correct.
At the end of May 1998?
Mars, nuk e di. Aty
March, I wouldn't know, I'm not certain. After the attack on the Haradine compound and the village of Glojan.
Well, let me just read to you what I have from your ICTY testimony. It's T0009383-5-A-TR-ET at page 20, beginning at line 25. The question is, but you say in your statement, by the end of May, when most of the villages in Ducagene area were armed and militarily organized at village level, each village representative received and it's indiscernible, but it should be invitation, and your answer is, and that's when the subzones were established. So is it correct that it was at the end of May that this invitation went out to have a meeting?
në mbledhjen që po pretendoni,
The meeting you're referring to, it is true indeed that we divided the subzones in the course of this meeting for the plane, Ducagini plane.
This meeting was called, according to your testimony at the ICTY, because Serbian forces were closing in on Glojan. Is that correct?
po,
Correct.
Were the one who proposed to divide the area into 4 subzones. Is that correct?
fakt.
Correct.
And as you told the SPO, one of the reasons for this division were the conditions in your area, such as the terrain, lack of communication, and means of transportation. Is that correct?
Fakt.
Correct.
SPO that the participants at the meeting decided to create these subzones. Is that correct?
Po,
Correct.
Correct that the subzones were adopted by vote at this meeting.
shumë drejt.
Correct. Yes.
Subzones was not the result of an order from a higher command. It was a result of the vote at the local level, correct?
Unë e thash edhe përpara.
And I said it before. Had we had a higher staff, we would have received orders, but we did not have one. This was our own initiative, how to organize ourselves rapidly in those circumstances.
At this meeting. Now, is it correct that there were a number of former JNA officers present at the meeting?
Aty kanë qenë përfaqësuesit e
There were representatives of around 40 villages of the municipality of Dechan. I'm not sure about the number though. And there were, yes, also officers who, amongst them, who had completed the military academy.
It was during this meeting that Ramush Haradinaj was elected to be the overall commander. Is that correct?
Komandant, jo I përgjithshëm, po
Not general commander, but commander of the Glojan staff. He was not called general.
Of the Dukagene plain, if
po
you will.
I shtabit të Glogjanit.
Of the Glojan staff. This is how we called it initially. The staff of Glojan. That's the starting point.
You've stated in a witness statement that despite that appointment, commanders of subzones did not always follow his orders. Is that correct?
Edhe një herë lutem se
Could you please repeat the question?
ta kuptojmë.
Well, I'll read what you said in a statement, and this is U016-0819 to U016-0877 at paragraph 63. You said, Ramush Haradinaj ordered me to undertake some military actions. I undertook other military actions on my own. I informed Ramush Haradinaj of all military actions I undertook. However, we, the subzone commanders, did not carry out every order that came from Ramush. Is that accurate?
Perhaps the rest of the paragraph could be read to the witness.
Yes.
I don't know why. I mean,
Go ahead.
thank you.
You can do that on redirect if you wish.
Did we get the witness's answer on the transcript? Yes, okay, great. Now, you also told the Haradinaj trial chamber that it was actually impossible to consult with Mr. Haradinaj on everything in advance. Is that correct?
Është e vërtetë.
It is true, because we did not have the communication equipment. This was a long distance regarding remote areas. We had no means to do that.
As a result of the lack of communication, you often at the subzone level would make your own decisions. Is that correct?
Normal, secili komandanti
Every subzone commander was in a position to make their own decisions.
Now, you explained during your testimony at the Haradinaj trial that at this point, we're talking about May and June 1998, it was still inappropriate to talk about commanders or headquarters because the necessary structure simply was not there. Is that correct?
në sakt.
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to turn to a meeting that took place on the 21st of June, 1998. Do you recall discussing that meeting with the SPO when you were interviewed?
Në cilin vend?
Which venue, the location where the meeting was held? Because I can't recall now.
Meeting in Isnich on the 21st of June, 1998.
Mundohet që kanë ndodhur. Qysh kom
It might be there was one. I stand by my statement, but I would need more content. The content of our discussions in that meeting.
What the SPO showed you, and to be fair to you, you said to the SPO that you didn't recall the meeting, but they showed you some minutes from that meeting. And so, if we could please put on the screen Exhibit P1598, please. At page 1 in both versions. Now, if we look at the second paragraph there, Ramush Haradinai, it's recorded as him saying, the reason for the meeting is to coordinate the joint activities at the Dukagene level. So far, we can say that there has been a self-proclaimed Dukagene staff to some extent. Do you see that?
That's correct. However, this meeting you claiming took place in Iznic. When Ramush Haradinai spoke, I know that we had a meeting in Yablanic where Ramush Haradinai was elected, chosen as the commander of the staff of the Dukagene Plain. The meeting you're referring to occurred after the formation of the Dukagene Plain staff.
That meeting in a second, but if we could scroll to the top of the page in Albanian. You see, sir, at the top right-hand side of the page, it says in handwriting, Isnich.
Gabim është.
That's a mistake.
Nuk o mujt më majt mbledhja.
The meeting could not be held in Iznic if it was the staff of the Dukagene Plain, regional staff. And Ramush himself seems to have stated here that until now it was referred to as the Glojan regional staff, and from now on it will be referred to as Dukagene Plain staff. With respect to the date, they don't know, it could have been Yablanic.
Very briefly, maybe the witness could be specifically asked about the spelling. So it's Irsnich, and you and the witness are referring to Isnich, and I believe they're two different places.
Okay, fair enough. Is it Irsnich, perhaps, that the meeting took place in?
Jo, gjithqysh në mbledhjet I ke pas në...
We held our meetings in Irsnich and the meetings with Ramush Haradinai. Irsnich is fine. However, this work meeting of the regional staff of Dukagene cannot be held in Irsnich if the regional staff of the Dukagene Plain was not formed in Yablanic. We formed that first in Yablanic, where Ramush Haradinai was appointed commander, after which Ramush states, as it is indicated here, that it will not be referred to as the regional Glojan staff, but as the Dukagene Plain staff.
The portion that I read out to you quotes Ramush Haradinai as referring to the Dukagene staff as self-proclaimed. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that. But I disagree with the word self-proclaimed, because we had the regional staff of Glojan and the regional staff of Dukagene Plain. Why was that used, or I don't know.
Let me phrase it a different way then. Is it fair to say that Mr. Haradinai there was pointing out that the Dukagene staff had been created on the ground and not as a result of a higher order by a higher authority?
Ajo shumë më se e vërtetë.
That is very true indeed. And I'm stating that the regional staff of the Dukagene Plain and the KLA itself in that area were born from the people, from the ground, not from, it didn't come from the superior level. There is no household which members didn't take up arms to defend their homes, their families, with whatever means we have. Therefore, starting from that point, we needed to reorganize and organize things in a better way so that it would appear more like an army, because we were under attack from all sides.
SPO that at this you told the ICTY that among the things that were discussed at this meeting was the fact that you were having problems with coordination of the various units within the Ducagene plane. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
English in page 4 in the Albanian, please. There's a point, yes, the portion that starts with Ramush Haradinaj alleged, no, if we could scroll up, please. There you go. There's a portion there where we see Ramush Haradinaj being recorded as saying there are regulations on the military police which will carry out regular tasks and keep the peace in the Ducagene region. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is at part 4 of your interview at page 16, that you don't recall any discussion about military police at this meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
SPO at part 4, page 21 of your SPO interview, that you do not remember whether there were any changes to the military police following this meeting. Is that correct?
Most probably, yes. I cannot recall it now. I cannot recall all the details, but it might be so.
And this is at page 3740, exhibit IT0484 T3690 to T3787, that as of the end of June, it was your testimony that there was no military police organization in the Ducagene region. Is that correct?
If that's what it reads, what I've stated, then that's how it is. I can't recall everything now. This was over 20 years ago.
It's your testimony in the Haradinaj trial that would lead you to believe that there was a military police presence in the Ducagene zone in June of 1998.
No.
Now let's turn to the meeting of the 23rd of June, where Ramush Haradinaj was elected commander of the zone. You've testified, or you told the SPO, and this is part 6, page 7 of your SPO interview, that at this time, on the 23rd of June, you had no knowledge about the general staff or its potential members. Is that correct?
Could you please ask the question again?
23rd of June, the meeting where Ramush Haradinaj was elected, you told the SPO that you had no knowledge about the general staff and its potential members. Is that correct?
This wasn't the SPO, it was something different. However, Ramush Haradinaj was appointed commander of the Dukagjini Plain on that date. I'm not sure about the days though, but it was in Yablanice.
Well, here's what's recorded in your SPO interview. You're saying, as far as I was concerned at that moment in time, from what I remember, there wasn't a general staff. Even to this day, it's only a matter of, me thinking, the general staff existed in the first place, or, were in existence. We were never told who the members of the general staff were at that moment, at that time. Is that correct?
Tani e kuptova pyetjen.
Finally, now I understood the question. Thank you. Until we formed the regional staff of the Dukagjini Plain in Yablanice, and we elected Ramush Haradinaj as the commander of the Dukagjini Plain regional staff. We elected him. Had there been a staff, higher, superior staff, we would have received orders. Rustem would be in this position, Ramush in that position, but that was not the case. Recep Selimi was present there as well. And we voted to elect Ramush Haradinaj. Recep proposed Lahi Brahimaj, but he was not elected, but Ramush Haradinaj was elected instead commander of the Dukagjini Plain. This is an element indicating that had there been a superior staff structure, as it is alleged, we wouldn't have needed to raise our hands and to vote, because commanders in normal armies are not voted or adopted by vote, but they are appointed by decisions. Therefore, I am absolutely clear on that at the time we absolutely didn't know that there was a Kosovo general staff. And even if it existed, to this day, I'm still convinced that it was only fictional, because we have to have in mind that the Kosovo Liberation Army was born from the people of Kosovo, not from 2 or 3 individuals. There were elderly people, young men, women, children who took up arms and weapons to defend their country.
Told the SPO that you do not recall any occasion on which a military action in the Dukagjin zone was implemented based on the General Staff's instructions. Is that correct?
Because there wasn't one. There was no order.
You told the SPO that you do not know in what way, if any, the General Staff communicated with individual zones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Of the meeting on the 23rd of June was the transformation of the Glojan regional headquarters into the Dukagjin zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my last question before the break, you told the SPO during your interview that you have no recollection that the idea or the proposal to create a Dukagjin zone was somehow prompted by the KLA General Staff. Is that correct?
If there had been one, I would have known, but I don't think there was one. And I was not aware of any.
Mr. President, it's a good time for a break.
Thank you. Witness, it's time for a lunch break. We will take an hour and a half for lunch, Please do not speak with anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony. We will begin again at 2:30. Could I have an update on times for cross-examination estimates, accurate estimates, please?
I think I've asked for 2.5. I've used about a half an hour, so I would say I'm going to be close to that, maybe 2 to 2.5, I would say.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'd estimated an hour. Some of my questions won't be necessary anymore, so we'll see how it goes, but I still think over half an hour.
I'd actually reduced mine to half an hour, I think, yesterday by email. In light of some of the answers that have just been given, it's potentially less than that, but certainly no more at this juncture anyway.
Not
Obviously,
arguing about
dependent
the-
on
I'm not
what
arguing
arises.
about the amount. I just want to know something so we can
Yes.
plan on it. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
The estimate was an hour. It's going to be less than that as a result of some of the questions just
All right,
asked.
thank you all. We'll see you back at 2:30. We're adjourned until then.
All rise.
Be seated, please. Mr. Court Officer, you needed some time to make a correction in the record.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. Today's transcript at page 8, lines 10 to 20, it states that the ERN IT-04-84 bis P00190E and its corresponding translation are assigned exhibit number P01597, and the ERN ET-U002-0362 to U002-0362 and its corresponding translation are assigned exhibit number P01598. However, these exhibit numbers were inadvertently reflected in the legal workflow presentation queue. Therefore, for the clarity of the records, the ERN U002-0362 to U002-0362 and its corresponding translation are assigned exhibit number P01597. The ERN IT-04-84 bis P00190.E and its corresponding translation are assigned exhibit number P01598. Both are classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Madam Usher, will you bring the witness in? Welcome back, witness. Mr. Misitich from the,
Funded.
Mr.
Thank you.
Questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, again, witness. I'd like to pick up where we left off before the lunch break. And before the lunch break, you said that, as far as you were concerned, the general staff, the existence of the general staff in June of 1998 was fictitious, I believe is the word you used. Could you tell us,
Ashtu komenduar.
Yes, that's what I thought. Back then, this is what I thought.
could you tell us what was your understanding as to whether Faton Mehmetai was reporting to anyone?
A ishte në mesin.
He was one of us. He was charged with many tasks, but I don't know who he reported to. None of us did.
Okay, what about Idris Balai Toger?
Idris Balaj
Idris Balai was the commander of the Black Eagles. So he used to work at the village of Iznich, and from what I know, he was independent.
Bring to no one when you say independent, is that what you mean?
po folin atë aspektin tim.
Yes, I'm talking from what I think. My opinion is that he was independent at the time.
Was Mr. Mehmetai independent, as far as you knew?
Zoti Mehmetaj
Faton Mehmetai had a lot of tasks. He was a joker, and he was involved in everything.
Who gave him these tasks?
Njëherë kom dëgjuar prej
I have once heard that Zahid Ahmetai, from Zahid Ahmetai, that was the person who told me, that Faton Mehmetai has become a political factor in the operational zone of the Dukajini Plain. So we had to propose him if that was the case. And I remember one of the cases where Ramush Haradina was asking us, how come that he is playing such a role? And I answered, I don't know anything about that. Or, for instance, there were cases where soldiers amongst my unit, where Faton Mehmetai was chosen as the political representative, they wanted to shoot him. So, and I'm talking about people that were very close to where he lived. And in a nutshell, I can tell you that I don't know exactly what functions he carried out and who he reported to.
That last answer, you said that Ramush Haradinaj asked you why he was so important. Is that correct?
Jo, unë kom pyet ato.
It was me asking him. I was just wondering on whether Ramush Haradinaj proposed him to that position. But the answer that he gave to me was that I don't know. I am not aware of anything. He was not aware that Faton Mehmetai was the political representative of the general staff of the KLA. Political representative, that is.
Just as far as you were aware, if the existence of the general staff was fictitious, as far as you were aware,
Yes.
who would he have been a political representative of?
Ajo është pyetje.
That's a real question. I think that you have the answer into that question. That was unknown. at the time, and that is something that I also highlighted a little bit before in this court of law, that if the general staff existed, so if there were a general staff of the KLA, there would be no need for us to vote for Ramush Haradinaj.
Kush e ka emnuar?
So probably it would be best for you to ask him on how he has been voted for. So what I'm trying to say is that there would be no way for the general staff to exist at the time, because otherwise the developments would have been different.
Let me show you a document which you were shown by the SPO. And this is
Po.
Yes.
second, please. ETU 001-3816 to U001-3819, and the same in the Albanian. These are minutes of the meeting on the 23rd of June. And you see here that these are the minutes, and you are listed as a person that was present. It says Tetai. Do you see that? If we could, yes.
Po.
Yes.
There. Do you know who Smiley is?
E di tash ti mos luftet se
I have come to know who Smiley is after the war. Because Ramush Haradinaj was given by first name and last name, whereas Smiley, back then, that's a name that I've never heard.
Haradinaj, is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Page 3 of this document. And if we could, yes. In the middle of the page in the English and the same in the Albanian, it's recorded that Smiley said at this meeting, meaning Ramush Haradinaj, the central staff is not giving us the necessary instructions, it is not present. So is this consistent with your understanding at the time that the central staff or the general staff was fictitious?
Ke dokument që pe shoh përpara,
The document in the screen is something which I'm just having a look at, because the fact of the matter is that nobody has introduced that person as Smiley to us. I was looking at the dates before, and I believe that the documents have been written after the actual events, and just to pretend as if there were documents in place. So, for instance, if you look at the document and if you see my name that I propose Commander Smile, that's a total lie. That's not something that I've said. So that's a made-up document.
Under the name Smile or Smiley, and you didn't?
bon.
It is possible. However, I would have known something about that. And so, because if I knew, I would have asked the question, who is Smiley? Who are we talking about?
Version of someone else's notes from this meeting, and if we could look at U001-5407 to U001-5411, ET, page 3. I'll have to find the Albanian. I assume the Albanian is the same. And we're going to page 3 in the English. Actually, if we could keep it on page 1 just so the witness gets oriented first. Again, now this version of the notes specifically identifies Ramush Haradinaj as being present, along with Captain R.R. Thaçi. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
3. And here, if we could scroll down, please. Or it might be page 4, or in the Albanian. In the Albanian, it's page 4. And if we could scroll down in the English, please. Yes, that's it, at the bottom. Now, witness, do you see where now it says Commander Ramush, the central staff is not providing us with the orders that we require, it is absent. Do you see that?
Jo, s'pisho.
No, I can't see it.
Shtabi qëndroni. Unë që të faqin që e kom numër 4,
In the page in front of me, with number 4, I can't read anywhere what you said.
The second speaker,
komandanti Ramush, shtabi që
Yes, Commander Ramush, the central staff. Yes, I'm reading it. But I've never seen this document before. I have no idea who has written this document, because otherwise, if I saw that at the time, I would have been remembered of it.
Haradinaj at this meeting expressed dissatisfaction
Yes.
presence in the Ducagene zone.
unë nuk më kujtohet.
I do not remember anything about this case. This might be written down as it is. However, this can be something that is written afterwards, because I was looking at some names like Tole and others who are people I don't know at all. So this is something that might have happened after the event, or probably something that somebody was conceptualizing or wanted to put in black and white, because otherwise I can't explain this document. I cannot believe that Ramush has said that the staff is not present, and then me not knowing anything that Ramush has said. If I were present there, I would have known.
Albanian version, please. Now, it records you, if we scroll towards the bottom, please. At the very bottom, it says R.R. Teta. I propose Ramush Haradinaj. It says, I state illegible and Lahi, but they are nephew and uncle. I have seen them around, you have not. Do you recall proposing Ramush Haradinaj to be the commander?
Oh,
Yes. So this is at the staff at Jablanica. It is true that I have proposed Ramush Haradinaj to be the commander. But about these minutes, I have no idea who is the person who have kept these minutes. I don't know whose handwriting this is.
Tender both documents, both notes of this meeting, which is ET-U001-3816 to U001-3819. And the other version is,
I have it here if you need
okay,
it.
great, thank you.
Could I ask a quick question?
Sure.
At the bottom of that page, there's a Mustafa identified. Could you please ask who Mustafa is?
Witness, you heard the presiding judge. Do you know who Mustafa is who attended this meeting? And I think we can turn the page in the Albanian so that you can see it. Yes, the third speaker there is listed as Mustafa.
Yes.
A regular army. I am in favor.
I have no idea.
nuk e njoh këtë person.
I don't know this person.
As to the first one, is there any objection to those two tenders?
No objection.
The first one is ETU 001 to 3816 to U001-3819 in English and Albanian, and it is admitted.
We will send exhibit number 1D00184, currently classified as confidential.
And then U0015407 to U0015411 ET in English and Albanian.
We'll be sending
Just at page 3, correct? Or do you want
all the notes.
The whole document? Okay. Is admitted.
We'll be sending exhibit number 1D00185, currently classified as confidential.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, to assist again with the President's question, if you look at the first page, it identifies a person named Mustafa Haidari. Do you know who Mustafa Haidari is?
Jo, senor.
No, I don't know that person. Never heard of this name.
Yes, okay. All right. Now, witness, let me turn to the issue of FARC. Now, it was around the time of this meeting that FARC entered the or officers of FARC entered the Ducagene zone. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
You say in your SPO interview that political friction started with the arrival of FARC. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
What you refer to in your statement as the institutional line. Is that correct?
E vërtet.
That's correct.
Line means that the FARC officers would report to the Ministry of Defense in exile, so Ahmed Krasniqi. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thaçi was supposed to report to the Prime Minister in exile, Mr. Bukoshi. Is that correct?
Great.
Correct.
Would be different from a reporting line that would go to the KLA General Staff, correct?
Certainly. I don't know the details on what happened in the Albanian state because we are only aware of what happened where we were. But what happened in Tirana or in Divjaka, where the general staff was located, that I don't know. However, I can tell you about our forces that were located in the war zones. However, we were hoping that something was happening and that we would be supported by everyone and that we would conquer the enemy.
Now, despite the fact that the FARC officers had a different reporting line, I believe you said to the SPO that they would nevertheless wear KLA uniforms. Is that correct?
Correct.
Emblems on their uniforms. Is that correct?
Yo.
No, they didn't. Can I explain something here? We started with the establishment of the KLA. We decided to join the KLA as soldiers in order for us to protect our country. In the meantime, we were waiting for other people to join us, for other soldiers, for people that are capable of using the weapons, for people that knew something about the war, or people that had the will of joining the war. We operated under FARC, and we operated according to the constitution of Kačanik. So we recognized the president of Kosovo, that was Ibrahim Rugova. He was the supreme commander. In the context of FARC, the armed forces of Kosovo, so FARC was responsible for the territorial defense as a component, but at the same time we also had the KLA. So this was what happened at that period of time, but with the passing of time, the situation got worse, and there was a friction between the KLA and FARC. All the soldiers that belonged to FARC and to KLA, they were soldiers of Kosovo. They all fought for Kosovo. So we are not fighting for different sections or fractions within the country, but we wanted to fight against the enemy.
Try to focus on the question I'm asking. The FARC officers wore uniforms that had patches that said KLA on them. Correct?
Correct.
And then it's correct, is it not, that around the 10th of July, FARC officers arrived in Prapačan, correct?
Is that correct?
10th of July? Probably it was a bit earlier than that. Around the 10th of July.
Prapačan were the best facility that you had in the Dukagjin zone, correct?
Correct.
Within a few days of the arrival of the FARC officers in the Dukagjin zone, they had taken over the best facility that the KLA had in the Dukagjin zone, correct?
Correct.
Right now, and I'll ask you for your comments on it. It's DHT 03646 to DHT 03648 in both the English and the Albanian. And if we could scroll down in the English, please. Now, the article states, and it's written by a historian named Tim Judah. It says, in June, at the height of its fortunes, the Kosovo Liberation Army not only controlled large swaths of territory, but it appeared to have consigned Ibrahim Rugova, Kosovo's pacifist leader, to the dustbin of history. That was not the case. Down but not out, Rugova and his colleagues and the government in exile began to fight back. The mastermind behind that government's attempt to seize control of the KLA was Jafer Shatri, Rugova's Minister of Information, based in Geneva. Working with Bujar Bukoshi, the head of the government, who lives in Bonn, he dispatched 14 military officers to Albania and Kosovo. The two cabinet members also activated the dormant Ministry of Defense, appointing Ahmet Krasniqi as minister. The 14 officers, although formally operating under the aegis of their own armed forces of the Republic of Kosovo, or FARC, had as their goal the takeover of the KLA. The idea was that once this had been achieved, Rugova could proceed. We could turn the page, please. To the negotiating table in a position of strength with a government, a parliament, and an army. Now, according to the article, the objective of the LDK, Mr. Bukoshi, and Mr. Rugova was to use the FARC to take over control of the KLA. My question to you is, were you aware of such plans by the Bukoshi government to take over the KLA?
Yo.
No.
If it were true that Bukoshi's government indeed was trying to take over control of the KLA, that was one of the reasons for frictions between the FARC and the KLA.
Jo, ne ishim pjesë.
No, we were part of our institutions. Every country has armed forces. And within them, the territorial defense, the KLA, the civilian defense. We did not want to move away from the institutions. We protected and defended the Republic of Kosovo, proclaimed with the Constitution of Kaçanik, in an institutional way. And there was nothing wrong with this. We were all Albanians or others who were fighting for the land of Kosovo. And this is why these frictions occurred. The photograph hanging on the wall, photograph of Ibrahim Rugova, was a problem for them. And how come that after the war it was not a problem for them to go and pay homages to the grave of Ibrahim Rugova? So all this caused harm to us during the war. In my opinion, the biggest mistake was made by Ramush Haradinaj, whom, by the way, I consider as one of the most successful fighters and commanders at the time. The mistake was when he accepted their decision or signature in Jebel. Had he not accepted that, on that day we would be today a regular army.
Let me show you what you said about this in your ICTY statement. If we could have on the screen, please, U016 to U0819 U016 to 0877 at paragraph 98 in both versions.
Will we have possible to have your hands back on the?
Yes. U016 to 0819 dash U016 to dash 0877. Paragraph 98, please. I'll read it out in the English. You see the Albanian version on the screen, witness. What you told the ICTY
Yes.
was entering Kosovo from Albania around the 22nd of June, 1998. They were stopped in the village of Jasic by Ramush Haradinaj, Naim Maloku, and Sali Veseli for the following reasons. They were afraid that Tahir Zemaj would take over the command. They were afraid that FARC would rule out the UCK, and the FARC was known to be the official army of the government of Kosovo in exile, presided by Bujar Bukoshi, and the UCK did not recognize this government as such. Is that accurate?
Ashtu kanë menduar.
This is what they thought.
FARC would rule out the UCK. What did you mean by that?
Jo, unë s'kam thonë.
I did not say this. I don't see it anywhere that I have said that. It is a fact, though, that they were stopped in the village of Jasic, and that the mentioned persons took part in this, that it was a tense situation. However, I was in another zone, and I was informed about this event later on. 5 days later, Sali Çekaj came in the barracks of Prapacan together with 5 soldiers to see and monitor where the soldiers were being based and stationed.
The second bullet point, can you read that out in Albanian? Paragraph 98, the second bullet point.
Ata kishin frikë.
They were afraid that FARC would not would rule out the KLA or would dismiss the KLA.
What did you mean by that?
Unë nuk kam folur.
I don't think I've ever said these words.
This is your witness statement to the ICTY.
Unë nuk e di me çfarë kuptimi.
I don't know what's the meaning here, because I would have never said this, because this was not our goal. It might be that I guessed because they were stopped in the village of Jasic, it might have this meaning.
your proofing note, your preparation note 2, at paragraph 28 and 29. And here's what you told the SPO last week.
So,
Yes.
Yes, last week. After Tahir Zemai arrived, he was the commander, oversaw training, and divided soldiers into brigades and units. In addition to those soldiers incorporated into Zemai's forces, units from headquarters all over the Dukagini zone, not just FARC, were also trained at Prapachan, which was the training center. After receiving training, they returned to their headquarters. While WO1511, that's you, stopped going to meetings with the Dukagin zone staff under Ramush Haradinaj after Tahir Zemai arrived in the beginning of July 1998. There were some meetings WO1511 attended with this staff at Irisnich in the school that WO1511 went to when he was younger. Why did you stop going to Dukagini zone staff meetings with under Ramush Haradinaj after Tahir Zemai arrived?
No, we did go. Tahir and myself, we had our regular meetings in the school of Irisnich. We went there. We attended. Until the decision making Tahir Zemai a commander upon a proposal from all the villages. We did have meetings with Ramush Haradinaj.
You signed, or it says it was read back to you in Albanian, and you confirmed that it reflected your account fully and accurately, correct? And I read back to you a portion where you specifically told the SPO last week that you stopped going to meetings with the Dukagin zone staff under Ramush Haradinaj after Tahir Zemai arrived in the beginning of July 1998. That's what you told the prosecution last week, correct?
That's a misunderstanding. This is true that when Tahir Zemai was made commander of the Dukagini plain, we stopped going to these meetings. That's why the sentence was misunderstood. But until Tahir Zemai was not elected commander, we went there. And there are many officers who did attend. There are work reports that attest to that. But from the moment Tahir Zemai was elected commander, we did not need to go there anymore.
That's your explanation, because the rest of the paragraph says, you stopped going to the meetings of the Dukagin zone staff under Ramush Haradinaj after Tahir Zemai arrived in the beginning of July 1998, but there were some meetings you attended with this staff, meaning the Dukagin zone staff, at Irisnich in the school that you went to when you were younger. So if now you're saying that you stopped going to meetings with Ramush Haradinaj after Tahir Zemai was appointed around the 20th of August, why would you continue to then go to meetings with Ramush Haradinaj in Irisnich?
That's a slip of the tongue or an omission. Not after the arrival of Tahir Zemai, but after his appointment as a commander. We did not need to go and attend meetings with Ramush Haradinaj any longer because he was a deputy. But that period of time was very short, because 2 or 3 days later we met again in Jebel. That's the meaning. When you say when Tahir Zemai arrived, That's not accurate because he entered from Yasic, so we did not turn our backs when he arrived, but when he was appointed, and that's the actual meaning of that sentence.
You're now saying that after Tahir Zemai's appointment as commander, you did not meet with Ramush Haradinaj anymore. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
So that paragraph is just, as you say, a lapsus. Correct?
Ashtu duhet të jetë.
That's how it should be.
Now, I'd like to show you or ask you questions about the FARC oath. Now, during your ICTY testimony, you testified that on the 20th of July, 1998, you attended a swearing-in ceremony in Vranoc, correct?
Një Vranoc.
In Vranoc?
Edhe një herë.
Can you please repeat the question? It's unclear to me.
To you the question and answer at the ICTY, and this is IT-04-84 T3690 to T3787 at page 3465, lines 6 to 10. The question was, are you aware of a swearing-in ceremony that took place in Vranoc on the 20th of July in which Ramush Haradinaj and Tahir Zemai jointly swore in a large number of volunteers? And your answer was, I was present there. I have also the medal at home. I was there with Ramush and Tahir. It's true. Is that correct?
I am not aware of having ever said such a thing, and I don't have a medal.
Script then?
I don't know where these things are coming from. I never had a medal. It was not a time for medals.
Okay. Mr. Court Officer, could I have on the screen, please, DHT 04086 EN, please? And the original, if we can. Witness, this is a Facebook page in the name of FARC. And there's a picture on the screen.
Po.
Yes.
Of the Barani Valley, the oath of Brigade 131 Ardian Krasniqi, before the commander of this brigade, Major Naziv Ramabaya. In the photo, Colonel Tahir Zemai, Major Naziv Ramabaya, Ramush Haradinaj, and Rustem Tetai. Are you in the photo?
Po, kjo.
Yes, this is the oath of the new soldiers, not in Vranoc, but in Baran. We had 3 brigades. One was stationed in Pravachan, the second one in Baran, and the third one in Jebel. And the new recruits, I even gave a speech together with Ramush and Tahir when soldiers took the military oath. What I heard before was something different, but with respect to me being awarded a medal or something, I'm hearing this for the first time.
FARC oath. And if we could please have on the screen U008-4990 to U008-4991 ET and in the original Albanian. If we could scroll down to the bottom in the Albanian, please. Now, actually, if you could scroll to the top for a second. Now, this swearing-in ceremony purports to be the same one we see in the Facebook post. A formal swearing-in ceremony was organized for the soldiers of the 3rd Adrian Krasniqi Brigade at the Baran School. Do you see that?
Po?
Yes.
That was administered. I'd like to ask you some questions about it at the bottom of the page. Perhaps it's on the next page in the Albanian. It's the correct page in the English. Yes. Okay. The last paragraph. It says, I, and then a blank space for the name of the soldier, a soldier of my people, swear in the name of the homeland and the Constitution, before God and the national flag, that I will be loyal and unsparing in the struggle for the liberation of Kosovo, from the invader and the traitors to the nation, to the last drop of my blood. I will be an obedient and disciplined soldier and will responsibly carry out orders and duties from superior commands that concern the liberation struggle, the army and military secrets. If I betray this oath, may my death go unavenged. And it says, I swear. Now, my first question to you is about the sentence that says,
Yes.
to be loyal and unsparing in the struggle for the liberation of Kosovo from the invader and the traitors to the nation. Who were the traitors to the nation?
Nëse ka pas, ose nëse
If there were, or if there would be. I am not able to classify who they were.
You must have had some idea as you're administering this oath to young soldiers or soldiers. Excuse me, let me finish the question.
Oh.
You're asking them to swear that they will be unsparing to traitors to the nation. You must have had some idea of who traitors to the nation might be. Was it collaborators?
Munën këtu është një test I betimit.
This is the text of a military oath that every army has. We joined with the will and desire in order to be one against the enemy. So just like I took the oath here to tell the truth, every soldier would take an oath not to betray their own people and not to betray their land. This is how I understand it.
A soldier promises to be unsparing to the traitors to the nation. And I'm asking you, is that a reference to collaborators within the nation?
Objection
Unë jo
asked
ma
and
tepër-
answered.
Overruled. You can answer the question. Answer the question.
Une
Shall I answer?
Yes.
une nuk e kuptoj.
That's not how I understand it. I understand it as it is, and as I said it earlier, every soldier is responsible and takes the oath as the content of this text. And the person who does not follow this text can also be considered a traitor or something along those lines. We're talking here about every soldier who took that oath, military oath.
Witness,
This is how I understand it.
at the time, did you think there were some people who were collaborating with the Serb side?
Une.
Are you asking me if I thought at the time? Of course, we took that into account, but there are other appointed bodies, organs, who dealt with these tasks.
In the FARC, dealt with
In the FARC.
uncovering collaborators.
Jo të kollaboracionistë nuk muna me që
I cannot call anyone a collaborator, but within the structure of FARC, there was the head chief of the intelligence and counterintelligence service. Within FARC, this person was Ismet Ibishi, an officer.
ato e ka emërue
He was appointed, he was in Brabachan, in the barracks in Brabachan.
Say that Ismet Ibishi was a FARC officer on the institutional line?
po.
Yes.
Amongst other things, was to uncover collaborators?
Vëzhgimin,
Observation, information, all those matters of interest, taking down notes of enemy movements and conduct, all these were part of his tasks. He was appointed as an officer, soldier, together with Tahir Zemi.
The question was, in addition to
po.
tracking enemy movements and conduct, was part of his job to uncover collaborators?
Unë nuk jam I sigurt.
I am not certain, but that might be part of it, because we did not have other sectors that would have dealt with such matters.
Yeah.
We did not have officers.
The Facebook post, which is DHT04086. I'd like to tender this document that's on the screen, which is U008-4990 to U008-4991. And I did forget to tender the Tim Judah article. I can't hear you, Mr. President.
The one that is IT04T3690.
No, it's DHT 03646 to DHT 03648.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any objection?
We object to the Tim Judah article. What the relevant part, or the part that that council thought was relevant, was read onto the record, so that's unnecessary. The other two, no objection.
Do you still need it?
If everyone's satisfied that that's sufficient, then that's fine with me.
Well, it's in the record.
Yeah, that's fine.
So DHT 04086EN is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors, and it's corresponding an Albanian version will be assigned the exhibit number 1D00186, currently classified as public.
And also admitted is U008-4990 to U008-4991 in English and Albanian.
This will be assigned exhibit number 1D0187, and they're classified as confidential.
Thank you.
Mike.
DHT 0406EN, which is now 1D00186. We would also like the Albanian admitted as well. It's done.
No problem. It should be admitted.
That was my understanding, that Presiding Judge read it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
So
Pres-
I would just confirm that this is DHT 04086, both Albanian and English version.
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. President, do we wish to take a 10-minute break? Okay.
Witness will give you a 10-minute break like we did this morning. We'll be back in the courtroom at 20 minutes to 4. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Witness, the Thaçi defense will continue with their questions.
Witness, let me just ask you a few questions about an incident that took place on the 10th of July. In your testimony in the Haradinaj trial, you discussed this incident that took place between Ramush Haradinaj and Tahir Zemaj when Mr. Haradinaj expelled FARC officers from the barracks in Prapachan. Do you recall that incident?
Po, më kujto.
Yes, I do. I've not been present myself there. I went later. But by the time that I went there, everyone from FARC was left. I mean, they left from the barracks in Prapachan.
Incident, you said that you spoke to the soldiers in Prapachan and tried to calm the situation. Is that correct?
Une e kom para mu.
I saw Ramush at the end of the school. The soldiers were all there at the place where the flag was raised. The officers were in the main road, and they were waiting for further developments. What I did was that I approached Ramush, and we discussed the topic with Ramush. So Ramush took the floor, I took the floor as well, and we tried to calm down the soldiers. This is what happened.
You were able to bring Ramush and Tahir Zemai together in Luka, and they were able to resolve their issues there. Is that correct?
Une ton kohën.
All the time, I have tried to play the role of a mediator. I've tried to reconcile both parties. I've taken part in many meetings, and there have been several occasions that I have reconciled people.
Po.
Yes.
After they resolved their issue, Ramush Haradinaj and Tahir Zemai agreed to create 3 new brigades. Is that correct?
Jo ishit formume.
Those brigades were already established. The 3 brigades were in place already. Ramush Haradinaj's stance was that the brigades and soldiers in brigades should not be staying any longer in the barracks in Prapachan, but they should instead go to the front line. However, according to the strategy, the brigades were concentrated in the center, like was the case of Prapachan, and in line with their tasks and responsibilities, they go to the front line and they get back to the barracks. So that was the point of confusion for him.
That were created, they were blended brigades, right? Blends between FARC and what had been the KLA there, correct?
Jo ma shumë ka pas dhe.
There were more people from FARC rather than people from the KLA. So the officers came from FARC rather than the KLA.
KLA.
The soldiers, yes. So there was a blend between FARC and KLA.
When Ramush Haradinaj agreed to this blend where FARC commanders would be commanding KLA soldiers, you never heard him mention that he needed permission from any senior commanders in order to agree to the creation of these blended brigades, correct?
Jo.
No. I haven't heard of that.
Now, there was another meeting on the 25th of July concerning several issues, but I wanted to ask you about the military police. You told the Haradinaj trial chamber, and I'll read this out to you and ask you if it's correct. And this is now on or around the 25th of July, 1998. And the citation is IT 0484 T3690 to T3787 at page 3741, lines 13 to 17. You're asked question, now you've told us a moment ago that there was no military police in existence as at the 21st of June. Is it also the position, therefore, from this minute that there was no military police in existence as of the 25th of July, although efforts were being made to try and create one. And your answer was, that's correct, that's true. Is that still your testimony?
Po me siguri nëse kam shkruar po.
Certainly, yes. If I've signed the document, of course, yes. I don't remember everything, but if you have that written down in black and white, that should have been the situation.
Document. This is IT 0484 bis P00267.E, and the same in the Albanian without the .E. Now, this document purports to, if we could scroll down a little bit in the Albanian, please. Yes. It's unsigned, but it purports to be a document from Ramush Haradinaj to the KLA General Staff on the 28th of July, 1998. Have you ever seen this document before?
Jo kur.
No, I've never seen it. No.
The last sentence of the first paragraph, the document states, in view of the current situation, I note a sluggish and unjustified lack of activity on your part that is not focused on the war. Was that, as far as you understood, at the end of July, a general feeling within the Dukagjin zone that the KLA General Staff was sluggish and had an unjustified lack of activity in the Dukagjin zone?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember. I have no comment.
We turn your attention to a different topic. If we could have on the screen, please, Exhibit 1D 00050. This is Political Declaration number 7, issued by the Political Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army on the 13th of August, 1998. So about 1 week before the meeting where Ramush Haradinaj turned over command to Tahir Zemaj. Have you ever seen or heard about Political Declaration number 7?
I've never heard of it, and I've never seen it.
Okay. Paragraph 3 of this declaration says that the KLA General Staff announces who its political representatives are, including Jakub Krasniqi, Javed Haliti, Bardol Mahmouti, Hashim Thaçi, Faton Mehmetaj, and Sokol Bashota. Do you see that?
Përgatitje kom pa këtë dokument.
I have seen this document during the preparation session, and I have told the prosecutor that I have never ever been aware of this information. I'm reading the names now, but that is an information which I was not aware at the time.
Paragraph to say, for the purpose of expediting the process of creating the institutions of Kosovo, the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army gives complete trust to Adem Demaci to take a leading role in this process. Not being under any party umbrella, the Kosovo Liberation Army asks Adem Demaci to withdraw from party activism. Now, were you aware at the time that Adem Demaci had been asked by the Kosovo Liberation Army to take a leading role in the process of creating the institutions of Kosovo?
Kom dëgjue,
I've heard about it, but I don't exactly know if Adem Demaci accepted this task or on whether he dealt with the leaders of the general staff.
Hear about it at the time or after the war?
mu më duket pas luftës të kam.
After the war, I think.
Were you aware at the time that there was public discussion of who would represent the Kosovo Albanian population in negotiations with Serbia in mid-August of 1998?
Diçka kohën ashtu, po nuk kujtohet.
I don't remember everything about it.
Let me ask you a different question then. If we could have on the screen, please, exhibit P00487, ET.8. And yeah. And if we could go to page 01892-761. That's it. Witness, this purports to be a communique of the 17th of August, 1998, on behalf of the operative units of the KLA in Lugu and Baranit in the Dukajin zone. We can scroll to the bottom, please, in the Albanian. Yep. Signed by Naziv Ramabaya. Have you ever seen that document before?
Jo.
No.
Of the communique announces that the KLA in Lugu and Bananit, quote, support unreservedly the President of the Republic of Kosovo, Mr. Ibrahim Rugova, and the negotiation group appointed for the talks, and that the KLA in Lugu and Bananit would, quote, not allow that individuals such as Demaci, Chosia, Hairizi, and their failed satellites play with the fate of the people, nor are they allowed to lead the KLA operative units in Lugu and Baranit. Only those who are trusted by the people should decide on the fate of the people, and they are the Parliament and the President of the Republic of Kosovo.
Jo, s'jam njohuri.
I'm not aware of this.
Units within your zone were making political declarations and issuing political communiques?
Jo.
I was not.
Now, I showed you political declaration of the General Staff, political declaration number 7, which was issued only 4 days prior to this communique, 3 days prior to this communique. by the political directorate of the General Staff. Now, is it common that quote-unquote subordinate units would issue communiques to refute the positions of a General Staff?
The armed forces of Kosovo have not accepted the General Staff. They did not recognize the General Staff. That's a fact. Based on the declarations, based on the documents that have been issued, those documents have been issued on behalf of the Republic of Kosovo. I'm in particular referring here to the documents from Tahir Zemaj and others. So they did not recognize the General Staff. And like I said, these are documents that I've never seen before. So I can't provide further details and explanations regarding to such documents.
The FARC didn't recognize the General Staff. Do I understand you correctly that that means that the FARC officers from Tahir Zemaj on down did not recognize the General Staff as being a superior body to them?
They did not recognize the staff because we didn't know who the commander of the General Staff was. That is something that I explained before as well, and that is something that is covered in the village of Žega.
Brigades that we talked about a few minutes ago that now had FARC officers commanding them. Do I understand you correctly? And that goes to Ahmet Krasniqi, and they don't recognize the General Staff. Is that, do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Let's turn to the 20th of August meeting. This is the meeting where Ramush Haradinaj, or that Tahir Zemaj becomes the commander of the Dukagene zone. Now,
yes.
You told the SPO that the replacement of Ramush Haradinaj by Tahir Zemaj was, quote, agreed. Is that accurate?
Can you please repeat the question once again?
Replacement of Ramush Haradinaj as commander of the Dukagene zone by Tahir Zemaj was agreed. Is that correct?
It was approved by the General Staff at the moment when they sent those envelopes to us.
Meeting on the 20th of August when Tahir Zemaj became the commander of the zone.
Okay. Yes.
How was agreement reached to make Tahir Zemaj the new commander?
Now I understand. In the enemy attacks happening in the village of Glojan, there were a lot of forces that came towards Prapachan. 2 days after those fightings, we were in the front lines together with the forces that had joined us. Following these 2 days of stability, there was a meeting convened of the 14 villages. That meeting happened in Prapachan. And upon the proposal of the representatives of the villages, there was an agreement to appoint Mr. Zemai as a commander. So Ramush was present at that meeting. I was myself present at the meeting. There were other people attending as well. So it was in that meeting that we agreed for Tahir Zemai to be the commander of the Dugajini Plain.
Correct?
Normal.
Of course.
Of the general staff of the KLA at this meeting, correct?
Jo.
They were not.
Faktikisht që lexova në këto,
In fact, the way and how I read it here, so Faton Mehmeti was supposed to be a representative, but we didn't know such information. We're not aware of the fact that Faton was a representative from the general staff. However, he was attending that meeting. I'm referring to the document that I saw on the screen a moment ago. So that's read that Faton Mehmeti was a representative of the general staff of the KLA. Faton Mehmeti was there, but we were not aware of the fact that he was a representative to the general staff of the KLA.
Was Faton Mehmeti opposed to the Tahir Zemai appointment?
jo.
No, he even took the floor. He was not opposed to that. No, he is in favor of that. He agreed to Ramush Haradinaj.
I never said that he needed to consult with the general staff or to seek its approval before he agreed to the change, correct?
Po për ata dhe jam I sigurt çka po.
And that's the reason why I'm sure of the things that I'm saying here in front of you. Because if somebody knew that the general staff existed back then, it would have been much easier for myself to speak and to give the testimony before you. The commander, Ramush Haradinaj, was not aware of the fact that such a general staff existed. Or probably he knew and he never admitted that I don't know. However, he accepted the task of being the deputy commander of the Dugajini Plain.
Ramush Haradinaj had no authority superior to him that he had to report to. Do I understand you correctly?
Kur nuk na ka thonë.
He never told us anything of that nature. Every time we went to him, we were constantly in consultations with him. We had open meetings with Ramush Haradinaj even before Tahir Zemai arrived.
I'll just put to you that Bislam Zarapi testified in public here, and for the parties, this is page 17596, lines 15 to 22. He said, concerning this change, we had no information whatsoever about such changes, as was said back then, about an agreement of this sort for Tahir Zemai to become commander, to take over the zone. So we, the staff, did not have that information, and neither was there permission by the general commander that this change take place. Now, my question to you is, as a former JNA officer, if Ramush Haradinaj believed that he had a superior commander, then you would have expected him to seek permission from the superior commander before he turned over command to someone else. Correct?
Objections, calls for speculation.
He's a military officer.
Overruled. You can answer the question, if you know.
Unë e dije që Bislim Zirapi
I know that Bislim Zirapi knew. I don't know why he gave a different statement. Bislim knew about the meeting in Pravachan. He did not attend, but he knew that Tahir Zemai was made.
What he's talking about is he didn't know prior to the appointment of Tahir Zemai that that change was going to take place.
ato nuk e di.
I don't know about that.
as a former military officer, would you expect Ramush Haradinaj, if he believed that he had a superior commander, to seek permission from that superior commander before he turns over command to someone else?
Unë besoj që duhet
It seems to be obvious he should have consulted if he knew that he was an important person within the general staff.
If we could go, please, to document P00487 ET.8 at page 01892762. Now this is a joint request sent by, amongst others, Nazif Ramabaya, who I believe at the time this was sent was the acting chief of the KLA operational staff in the Duqajin zone. Is that correct? If we could scroll to the date, please. 23 August. He's the acting chief of the KLA operational staff in Duqajin. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Please, the first paragraph. It says, the forum of intellectuals, the political subjects, the clergy representatives of the two illegible, as well as the operative units of the Kosovo Liberation Army of Lugu i Baranit, demand from President Rugova to announce the mandate of the government of the Republic of Kosovo as soon as possible, in accordance with the will of the people decided by the elections of 22 March of this year. And if you scroll to the bottom as to who some of these political subjects are who are sending this document together with KLA units, it includes LDK sub-branches, LDK Youth Forum, etc. Now, was it standard for military units to be sending political statements together with political parties? Was that a common practice?
Nazif Ramabaya ka qenë
Nazif Ramabaya was based in Baran, and all these forum of intellectuals and LDK and so on were from the Lugu i Baranit. Therefore, I was not aware of these matters. I don't know.
That KLA units and FARC officers were sending political statements into the public together with the LDK while purporting to act as KLA units.
unë e dije që çdo deklaratë
I know that every statement or declaration issued by FARC would have been issued through the institutional line. I do not know about their content because we did not have the luxury to follow all the developments.
In terms of, it's shortly after this that Mr. Zarapi and Mr. Thaçi arrive in the Ducagene zone, correct?
Monsieur Gouli,
Most probably.
The political activity of KLA subunits in the zone when you gave your evidence about what was discussed concerning the visit of Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Zarapi to the Ducagene zone. Is that your testimony?
po nuk kujtohet.
Yes, I don't recall.
You were asked several questions by the prosecutor today about the meeting that took place on the 2nd of September, where Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Zarapi, and Mr. Salimi were present. And I'd just like to ask you a few questions about that. Now, if we go to your preparation note 2, if we could have that on the screen, please. We could go to paragraph 17, which is page 3, please. Now, here's what's recorded as what you told the SPO last week. You said, when asked, WO1511 stated that he did not discuss the request contained in a document with the general staff members at the Jabel meeting. The atmosphere at the meeting was very tense. Tahir Zemai and Hashim Thaçi were also arguing and left the table. Soon after the meeting ended, Tahir Zemai told WO1511 what was said in that conversation. Tahir Zemai talked to Ahmed Krasniqi, who put pressure on Zemai to accept the deputy commander posts, but ultimately they both agreed that they would not accept that appointment. Then Thaçi and Ahmed Krasniqi spoke. WO1511 does not remember what else was said, and Zemai did not tell WO1511 what else was said. That's what you told the prosecutor last week, correct?
And I explained this today to the prosecutor.
I'm saying.
Yes. Although I don't have the Albanian version, but I'm seeing it in English. Everything I have stated is true.
The preparation session, it continues in the next paragraph, paragraph 18. It says that you were then referred by the prosecutor to Tahir Zemai's book. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tahir Zemai's book, as I understand your testimony in paragraph 17, you had no independent recollection of what was said between Hashim Thaçi and Ahmed Krasniqi, and you said that Zemai did not tell you what was said.
No, I had the book and I read it, but I was offered to see it again by the prosecution, and whatever I have stated stand. I have nothing else to add.
You had no independent recollection when they asked you first, and then they showed you the book of what Tahir Zemai says happened during the discussion between Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Krasniqi, and then you adopted what Tahir Zemai said in his book, correct?
Tani nuk po di.
I don't know now. I don't recall. I don't recall it. However, I stand by everything I've stated.
Is that you stand by. So what you said and what it says in the note is exactly what I just put to you. You had no independent memory of anything that was discussed on a phone call between Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Krasniqi, and then you were shown the book written by Tahir Zemai, and then you adopted what Tahir Zemai said about that phone call, correct?
Maybe in fairness to the
Messi-
witness, the paragraph 18 can just be read to the witness instead of summarizing in that way.
It's a long paragraph, Mr. President, but
Well,
I'll read it, but
yeah. Rather than a summary,
okay, here's the whole paragraph. So we get to the point where they asked you, without reference to the book, you said, I don't remember what else was said, and Zemai did not tell me what was said. Then it goes on, they refer you to Tahir Zemai's book, and then you state that this is an accurate reflection of what happened, and then you state that you yourself heard Thaçi say, I will accomplish the mission with you very soon, which is a quote from the book, correct? I will accomplish the mission with you very soon is a quote from the book. Right?
Unë nuk kam çka më shtu këtu.
I have nothing to add here. I have nothing to add.
To whether to Krasniqi, Zemai, or both, he could only hear what was being said, but could not see Zemai and Thaçi. Soon after the meeting at Jabel, Tahir Zemai told you that Thaçi told him that he would fight him, Tahir Zemai, like the Serbians. And then it goes on to something that's not relevant to this point.
Unë kam sharu krejt.
I have explained everything to the prosecutor during the preparation sessions, and I stand by everything I have stated. And I have nothing else to add.
Concerning this meeting on the 2nd of September, do you agree that if the General Staff believed that the Dukagene zone should be connected to the KLA General Staff, as a military officer, it was appropriate for Mr. Zarapi and the others to try to reassert the link to the General Staff?
Unë edhe atëherë, edhe tashti,
The General Staff, with their orders after the meeting in Jebel, they exerted pressure in all forms for the FARC forces to cease to exist and to have only the KLA in existence. For me, they are both the most sublime things we have within our country. So there was pressure in different forms, and it was only luck that with all that amount of weapons present, the worst could have happened. But we, on the FARC side, were calm and composed, and we avoided this kind of escalation.
You're a former JNA officer. Bislam Zarapi is a former JNA officer. So let me ask you a question. In the JNA, if an officer in command of a unit turned over command to someone without permission of senior Yugoslav command, what would you have expected to happen?
unë nuk merrem me paragjykime.
I do not want to prejudge a situation. what would he have thought? What would I have thought? These are assessments that are made on the spot. What course of action is to be taken? I do not want to go into these kind of hypothetical assessments.
Military conduct in the Yugoslav army, correct? What would you expect?
I do not wish to go into. I do not wish to go into the code of the army because I left in 1987. Bislim Zerapi did so 10 years later. So certain things might be fresher to him than to me.
Is because you know that in the Yugoslav army, the senior command would take measures against the commander who turned over his command without permission. That's logical, correct? That's not a big...
That's how it is. I don't understand why you're putting pressure on me to accept that it is like that, because it's logical. It seemed, if there was a line, but we were in the process of being formed, we did not have that those organs or bodies would implement these and deal with consequences. So this would be the case in normal circumstances.
Yugoslav officer, and it's normal, is it not, that when he receives information that the entire Dukagjin Zone Command has been turned over to an institution that does not recognize the KLA General Staff, as you've now testified, it's perfectly normal for him to go on the ground and to try to change that situation. Would you agree?
Normal. Why?
Of course, but he did not make any such attempts. Had he made any attempts, he would have told Ramush, don't accept the position of deputy commander, if we're still talking about Bislim Zerapi. That's a logical thing. That's what it was, but now, having in mind the circumstances we were in, these were abnormal circumstances, and it was impossible to follow the statutes of or military laws and statutes.
Session with the prosecution, you said that prior to Mr. Thaçi's visit to the Dukagjin Zone at the end of August, you did not know who he was, correct?
I don't recall this. I knew the name Hashim Thaçi, but I did not know what his function was, in what capacity was he.
1, paragraph 15, which is now your evidence here, this is what is said. At the time, you did not know what Thaçi's position was and had never heard of him before. Is that accurate?
That's correct, and I just said it. I did not know his function.
Before.
I heard the name Hashim as Hashim, but I did not know his function, his capacity. In what capacity was he?
Mr. Rugova on the wall, you personally did not witness Mr. Thaçi saying that he wanted Mr. Rugova's picture taken down from the wall, correct? You only learned about it later from Mr. Zemai, you've said.
Objection, characterization.
Overruled. You may answer. You may answer.
Nuk e di, nuk e di.
I don't know. What is this about?
Witness, Hashim Thaçi, saying he wanted the picture of Mr. Rugova taken down. You heard about that later from Tahir Zemai.
Ja, po, ajo.
Correct. That's very correct.
Time, I can be done in 20 minutes tomorrow.
Witness, we're finished for today. We will excuse you now. You'll have to be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll try to finish your testimony tomorrow. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony in this courtroom, and if someone tries to approach you to talk about it, please let us know. We hope you have a good evening.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.